We are recording.
Vice President Zadeh, can you hear us? Excuse me. Vice President Zadeh, can you hear us?
Chicken in there was good.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
We hear you.
I had half of one. Way too much.
You can
Too
hear.
much for a whole
You can
one.
or you can't?
Yeah.
Miss Robin, you can hear me or no?
We can hear you. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Recording in progress.
Welcome, everybody. I am calling this meeting to order at 6:33. Vice President Zadeh is participating in tonight's meeting remotely while on business travel. Madam Clerk, could we please take roll call?
Absolutely. Director Alvarado.
Here.
Director King Meredith. Here. Director
Here.
President Zadeh
I am present.
and President Rentila.
Here.
Mr. President, we have a quorum with 4 members present in the boardroom and 1 participating remotely.
Thank you. Yes, Vice President Zadeh is viewing in remotely, and I had a few emails, and I would like our attorney to speak to that.
Sure. So Vice President Zadeh is participating remotely via the traditional teleconference rules under the Brown Act. Her location is noticed in the agenda, open to the public, and compliant with all other Brown Act requirements. For this reason, we'll hold the votes tonight via roll call. And then later this evening, directors, under the general counsel reports, I'll provide you all with a brief update on recent changes, pending changes, almost signed by the governor, changes to the Brown Act. We'll cover that at a pretty high level, and we'll certainly be coming back on those topics more as things progress.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So now I'll ask Director Alvarado if you could please lead us in a Pledge of Allegiance, and please stand, and if you're not interested, that's okay too.
Sure. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. General Counsel Nicole Witt will serve as our parliamentarian for tonight's meeting.
As a reminder to members of the public in attendance, the board has adopted rules governing the conduct of its public meetings. Public participation is welcome and encouraged. All public comments should be addressed to the board as a body, and the board asks that you please respect the 3-minute time limit per speaker. All persons attending board meetings shall observe the rules, any additional rules the board may establish, and the orders of the president with respect to the conduct of the meeting. No person may disrupt or disturb the board meeting. Disturbing, impeding, or otherwise preventing the orderly conduct of the board meeting could result in an individual's removal from the meeting.
Thank you. Directors, before we begin with tonight's agenda, I ask that you be mindful of the board's rules of decorum, in particular, to practice civility, decorum in discussions and debate. In order to preserve the order of this and every board meeting, directors will wait to speak until they are recognized and will restrict their comments to the motion or the agenda item under consideration. Thank you. Now is the time for public comment on items that are not on the agenda. Madam Clerk, have we received any written comments or requests to speak up for tonight's meeting?
We have not. If anyone seeing none, we have no public comments.
General Manager Andrew Clow, please lead us through the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. President. The consent calendar consists of items 1 through 3 on the agenda. Madam Clerk, have we received any written comments or requests to speak on these items?
We have not. If anyone wishes to speak on consent calendar items 1 through 3, please approach the podium or raise your hand in Zoom. Seeing none, we have no public comments.
We recommend the board approve.
Are there any questions or comments from the members of the board? If not, I would ask for a motion and a second to approve the consent item calendar 1 through 3.
Move the item.
And I'll second it.
Madam Clerk?
On the motion by Director Alvarado and seconded by Director King Meredith to approve consent calendar items 1 through 3, Director Alvarado,
Yes.
King Meredith,
Yes.
Director Weiner,
Yes.
Vice President Suddeth. Vice President
Yes.
Suddeth, oh, sorry, and President Rentila.
Yes.
The motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is regular calendar item 4, to receive a presentation on key milestones and outcomes achieved during the fiscal year 2021 to 2025 strategic plan period, and an outline of next steps under the newly adopted 5-year strategic plan. Madam Clerk, have we received any written comments or requests to speak on regular calendar item 4?
We have not. If anyone wishes to speak on regular calendar item 4, please approach the podium or raise your hand in Zoom. Seeing none, we have no public comments.
Thank you. So now I'll introduce myself, General Manager Andrew Clow. I'm happy to be here. I see we have quite a few of our staff with us here today. I appreciate that. Thank you. And we're going to talk today about closeout report, as we called it, of our 5-year strategic plan. We've been through a lot. The slides, I got the slides. I'm going to apologize up front. I'm a little, had a migraine for a day and a half, so I'm a little out of sorts, but I will persevere. But I will be picked up shortly because I'll turn it over to others. The agenda for this evening, a little bit about our story, starting at the beginning. I mean, honor the past and acknowledge what we're doing today, but we're also preparing for the future. We're going to talk about by the numbers. Michael is going to talk to you about some of the data we can collect, what we currently can collect now, what we can't collect, and things that we would like to be able to track in the future and why we want to track those and what we would do with that data. Organizational development, Justin and Amani are going to talk to us about some of the dramatic changes that we've had within the organization, about how we go about hiring, we talk about staff retention, succession planning, et cetera. And then Kate will bring up the end, wherever she is, over here somewhere, and talk about community engagement and talk about some of the events and things that we've done. So here we are, picture of some of us, and it changes over the years, but that's who we serve, who we are, and who we serve. 34,000 residents, 900 commercial and industrial businesses, 17 square miles, 250 miles of gravity sewers, and 6 miles of force mains. We talked a little bit about then and now. It's not that extreme. You didn't make that much change over the past 5 years, but I think we make the point. Things change, conditions change, external factors. We've gone through COVID. COVID put change on steroids. Supply chain issues, different expectations in the workforce since COVID and the remote work environment. But this is why we're here, to protect public health and the environment through sustainable wastewater collection and treatment while partnering to recover resources for the benefit of our community. That's our mission. So I'll talk a little bit about where we've been and where we're going. With this timeline here, you see 1921, the district founded. Treatment plant built in the 50s, and then in the 1970s, late 70s into the 80s, Clean Water Act, significant infrastructure improvements building at our treatment plant as well as across America. It was up to that date the largest infrastructure effort in the United States. Since then, we've had the recycled water project in agreement with East Bay Mud in '90, and then the last large infrastructure improvement on our infrastructure was the MLE, which is the nutrient reduction project back in 2017. And since then is what we're going to talk about in a little bit more detail, are what happened in the 5 or 6 years since then. But we're not going to stop without honoring some of the things that happened in the past. Now, you may notice that's not really a picture of our plant. That's looking across the parkway at the North Richmond treatment facility from East Bay Mud. We mentioned the amended or the agreement with East Bay Mud, but that's where a lot of our water goes. And that project, that nutrient removal project, the MLE project, is really going to be beneficial for us going into the future because of the new permit and the new regulations that are going to require nutrient removal. We already remove it. There's going to be a big ticket dollar item for an awful lot of agencies, one that we won't have to build because we already have constructed it in the past. And it's operating well, which we'll talk about in a few minutes. So values, this was driven by staff, and we had it on the timeline there, it's about 8 years ago, 7 years ago now. And this is the foundation that we built an awful lot of the change in the organization that we've been going through. This is what we'll talk about in some more detail. And where were we? After that, the values, the former general manager started to make some significant changes in how we went about organizing ourselves and how we went about hiring, and a number of other organizational changes at the same time, starting to plan for the ESCO project, which is the Clean and Green project. But what was instrumental in that was the 5-year strategic plan. For the first time in this agency's history, the board passed a strategic plan. And that strategic plan is what's guided what we've done over the last 5 years. And we're going to talk about a couple of the highlights in there along that timeline, and then look at some of the things that we can do now, some of the things that we did then, and what we think we're going to be doing in the future. A couple of key things there, the amended East Bay Mud Agreement. We'll talk about that a little bit more when we talk about agreements, but that was an important first step. The Clean and Green contract, the ESCO contract, the Energy Services contract, a way that we've dramatically accelerated the capital program, working together with our neighbors, taking our place in the community, and develop the North Richmond Shoreline Adaptation Plan. As a small district, as a special district, to do this is highly unusual, usually something you'd see come out of the city or the county. In 2022, we have authorized up to $45 million in the Water Resources Development Act that could potentially be used to build a levee, a nature-based solution to protect that infrastructure investment that the district has made. And along the way, in taking a look at those agreements and figuring out, we discovered that the West County Agency, which was formed back in 1977 for the purpose of getting those Clean Water Act grants and building the infrastructure that was the heart of the infrastructure of the treatment plant, why does it exist? Why does it still exist? It was bureaucracy that didn't need to be here. And so there was dissolution of the West County Agency, which, again, is highly unusual, and I see General Counsel smiling. It may not be a highlight for most, but for she and I, it's like, that's one of the highlights of my career. It's really amazing that we were able to do that, to banish some bureaucracy and increase transparency at the same time. The local hazard mitigation plan, and Judy's around here somewhere, there she is, drove that. We would not be eligible for FEMA funding. We would not be eligible for Army Corps of Engineer funding. If we had an earthquake a year ago, we would not have been eligible for FEMA funding to receive it because we were not part of or had our own local hazard mitigation plan. We were about the only piece of large public infrastructure in the county that was not part of that plan. We are now. Thank you, Judy. That's a huge, huge improvement. And the board recently adopted a new 5-year strategic plan, which will get talked about more in November. These were the 6 goals. We're going to talk about them loosely as we go through here in the strategic plan. Hey, look at that picture. What I see is opportunity, or what I saw is opportunity, and it still is. We own a lot of property along the waterfront, essentially held in public trust is one way of thinking about it. What you see are the EQ basins and the lagoons. With the Clean and Green project, we're getting out of the sludge farming business. We have property that becomes available. We're able to expand the EQ basins, meet a regulatory requirement, and better able to handle the high volumes of rainfall that come in the atmospheric river events that are becoming more frequent, reduce odors, reduce greenhouse gas emissions by almost 95%, And now we have property available for wetland restoration and to work on a potential horizontal levee. Oh, wait a second, a note from our sponsor. 27 years without a violation of our MPDS effluent permit. They all deserve a round of applause. That's awesome. That's amazing. And the other part of it that, especially in the last number of years, doing it in the middle of the construction and previous to that, we were basically in a reactive chase the failure mode. We weren't doing very much preventative maintenance because we couldn't. We inherited force mains popping off like firecrackers. No preventative maintenance done on many of them, no condition assessments, no understanding of what we had in the field. Hilltop Green first time, Hilltop Green the second time. A single steel pipe running up a steep ravine on unstable soils in earthquake country with single point of failure, a cathodic protection system that when going out there at the time and pointing to it, nobody knew what it was. We hadn't maintained that. And this is what we've had to work on, not only building capacity within the system, our ability to perform, but getting a sense of what is the condition of our system, how has it been neglected, how has it not been upgraded since the 1970s, with the exception of a significant project for the MLE project on nutrient removal, which is huge. But the collection system mostly ignored. Not ignored by our friends who had to clean it and inspect it and work on it. And as I've often told Gordon and Thomas and his crew, what they did with what they had at the time when the problem occurred was pretty amazing. But they shouldn't always have to be in that position. And then, that's why this is here. In spite of that, 27 years, it wouldn't be sustainable. The infrastructure, the digesters we had to take offline because they were unsafe. Like I said, force mains that were failing, 1, 2, 3 after another. But what we've learned and the difference between what happened at Hilltop Green when it failed and what happened at Terra Hills is dramatically different. And Michael will touch on that a little bit later. So that was what I meant about building capacity, from reactive to responsive, developing a reliable and flexible project delivery system so that when we do have to fluctuate, we do get big grants in or money coming in, the system can move up, it can move down, and it can deliver at different scales. Better data collection and reporting, and overall organizational development. How we do business, we don't have a DEI initiative, we have how we do business. We treat people hopefully with respect, and we understand that we're all different. Amani's gonna talk a lot about that. Our hiring practices. I've been told we have too many managers. Of all the managers here right now, could you have a show of hands, who has been promoted in their current position? Wow. I've also been told to pay attention to staff retention, succession planning, and to create some opportunities. I think that looked like opportunity to me. That's one of the reasons why we have as many as we do, because we're creating opportunities, flexible promotions. Amani will talk more about that. And we've created a system that's more flexible, responsive, and reliant, just like we're building in the infrastructure. I skipped software platforms, that's okay. Justin's gonna cover that later. A series of intertwining agreements, a phrase from our former general counsel. I thought it was great. And he had a nice list summarizing all these agreements. And you look at it, oh my God, we got 3-party agreements, 2-party agreements, 1-party agreements, agreements that we have to talk to East Bay Mud about if we're gonna do anything. And so we went back to that timeline. The very first agreement, and we had a slide opportunity in that a timeline, is we created the second amended and restated East Bay Mud agreement for the reclaimed water. Why? Because again, we operated the plant for how many years without a violation? We operated the MLE facility. We were meeting all of the performance requirements. So we amended that agreement, that was the first one, because we want to partner with East Bay Mud, but we don't want Uncle East Bay Mud on our shoulder having to ask them permission if we're going to do something inside of our plant. That's the way the agreement was written, because East Bay Mud generated the funds, the grant opportunities, and brought the project to West County Wastewater, who then worked together to construct it. West County constructed the MLE facility. East Bay Mud constructed the bypass for these leachate lines from East Republic Services, et cetera. But because we could do that, and they knew we could do it, we demonstrated it, we have a performance standard. That's what we need to meet, not permission from East Bay Mud. We talked to them, though. City of Richmond, Republic Services, West County Agency we mentioned, going through all these, turning them into operating agreements, finding a simpler way of doing things, understanding the assets, and reducing our liability. There's a line, another one of those steel lines, running between us and the plant in Richmond. We were managing it through the West County Agency as a joint asset of the two agencies. It is not. It is an asset of the City of Richmond. And now, with these simpler agreements allowing us to work directly with Republic Services, take Class 1 and Class 2 leachate, thank you for figuring out how to make that and not disrupt the plant, allows us to amend those agreements, and now we have safer operation between the two plants. We have a pipeline that comes from Richmond to us, delivering their sludge. They own it. And of course, we'll help them when it fails, but it's not our liability. That's about $10 million, easy, sitting on the table. One of the absolute best things that we got in the West County Agency agreement was clear ownership of who owns what and who's responsible for it, instead of some confused set of assets that's being managed by an agency that's actually managing assets that they're not responsible for. Instead, we want partnerships. And so we've been taking our place in the community, working with a bunch of different agencies. I was told we couldn't do a shoreline plan, adaptation plan. We have no authority. We have no planning jurisdiction. I said, that's okay. We'll build a plan and we'll give it to you. And then you, city and county, can implement it. ESCO and the Clean and Green Project, Keith has done an outstanding job shepherding that along. Thank you, Keith. Has everything gone smoothly on this project or many of the other things we've been trying to do? Absolutely not. Have assumptions not played out the way we wanted? Sometimes. Have we had problems? Oh, yes. And have some things not worked and we just had to revisit and revamp? Yes, both on the project and in the organizational development. But when done, we will have delivered an enormous amount of infrastructure change in the guts of the plant, and we'll be coming to the IOE committee to talk about the transition. And yes, we do have some new wrinkles and some new difficulties to deal with, but the board took a risk. You built facilities to accept the sludge from the city of Richmond. You decided to take on that risk because you made a decision 4 years before the city of Richmond could make that decision. And we had to decide what we thought Richmond was going to do. And then they're entering into an operating agreement with us. And Aaron Weiner, who's in Chicago right now at the WEFTEC conference, is the unsung hero and continuing through with those agreements. And also in Chicago is Joe Neugebauer, who's not here. Both of them would have raised their hands, by the way, as well as Tanya Williams, who's not here. She would have raised hers, she's in the Educate to Lead program. In the next cohort, she was accepted. So, resilient by design. I don't know where I am with time. Where's my time? Where's Angela? I think I'm doing okay. So resilient by design, we're building on the shoulders of giants. Put together community plan, the North Richmond, a priority resilience area. We got funding from the Restoration Authority and developed the North Richmond Collaborative Shoreline Adaptation Plan. Working with our partners, trying to get funding, all kinds of different ways. We've been trying to get funding to fund construction eventually. But look at that. Line item highlighted, a Garamendi earmark for $1.3 million with the Army Corps of Engineers. Who knows what's happening in Washington right now with continuing resolutions, et cetera. But as of this point, it's past the House Appropriations Committee, it's into the Senate, and if it gets through the Senate, I was told you would never get environmental infrastructure in the state of California through the Army Corps of Engineers. I don't know what's happening there, but we're getting closer, and we may actually have done it in this administration, but it isn't there yet. But if we do, that will then allow us to tap into that $45 million that we got passed in 2022 in the Water Resource Development Act. Then all we need are some matching dollars, and how could the state say no when we put in regional money, we put in our own money, and we got to tap to federal money with the Army Corps of Engineers? I think they're going to want to come along. And we've been talking to the state legislators, and where's Angela? She's helping us with that. And then, Mr. Alvarado, I have to quote you. At the end of last year, after Kate gave her presentation, you said, "That is great. Next year, I want more." And I thought, oh my God. I thought Kate was like, oh my God, how can I do that? Well, Kate's going to talk about it. She brought more. And there we are. And now I'm going to turn it over to Michael. Thanks, Michael.
Thanks, Andrew. Good evening.
Good evening.
Michael Savannah, Deputy General Manager. I'll take you all through some numbers for the agency, some data. We've got a lot of data in the organization, and you'll see as we go through here, there's a lot of data. We have the ability to track and report on data a lot more now than we have had in the past. I'll walk you through and talk a little bit about how we're developing and managing data, some areas that we may want to improve on, and some things that you can look forward to in the future. The agency has developed a data management work group where we are looking at developing standards for the organization and looking at how we're capturing data, how we're storing data, how we're vetting data, and making sure that that data is correct. And we have solid data integrity. We're being a lot more intentional around how we are gathering data so that we can make more informed decisions in the organization. We're being more thoughtful and strategic about how we are storing the data and ultimately looking at how we can report the data out so that folks are able to see a lot of the really cool stuff that Andrew was just talking about. This picture here shows you on the left-hand side, that was our filing system for our data before the last 5 years. On the right-hand side, there's a digital system now for filing data. So as we walk through this presentation, you'll see a number of slides where we've got a lot of really cool data for this current 5-year period. And you'll see some areas where it says no data available. Some of that is that we didn't have data. Some of it is that the juice just wasn't worth the squeeze in terms of looking for the data. This is an example of our GIS system where we've invested a lot of money into data integrity and just making sure that our data is solid and that we have accurate information. We thought this was so good we wanted to tell you about it again. This is just an example of a data point. It isn't really a KPI, but it's a chunk of data that we can do something with, and we're capturing it. One of the things Andrew didn't point out when he was talking about this is a small font at the bottom. Really impressive. We're in the top 3 in the state and the top 30 in the nation. PFAS sampling, another data point for now, but it'll probably be a KPI in the future. We've done our first PFAS samples in 2024. We've never done it before, but this is some data that moving forward we'll be able to talk about and we'll be able to report on. Training. This is astonishing data. If you look at 2016 to 2020, we did 283 safety trainings. This is just safety training across the organization. The next 5 years, we did over 2,000 safety trainings. That's a nod towards our safety program, the folks in our HR department that are leading that, Genesis is leading that, and the folks that are on our safety committee. Really good work here in terms of making sure that our staff are safe and tracking that data. I'm sure we were doing other safety trainings that maybe we couldn't find information for previously, but we've done a lot of work in the last 5 years. Permitting and compliance. This is just an example of how we're capturing and gathering data now. We can talk to you about permits and how many permits we sent out and how many laterals came into compliance. All of the data isn't always good if you look at, or isn't always positive. If you look at the 2 charts on the left-hand side, one above the other, a 1 in the far right column where it says ratio would mean that for every permit that we issue, that lateral came into compliance. You'll see a couple of years there where we have 2s and 3s and almost a 4. That means that we issued almost 3 times as many permits as they came into compliance. I'm not going to attempt to explain that to you now. It's just a data point, and it's something that we can look at, and we can look at, how can we improve in the organization around those numbers if what we want to do is bring one for one into compliance. But we're able to do that now, when we weren't able to do that 5 years ago. This is data about our PIPES program. As you all are aware, the board has approved a PIPES program on an ongoing basis. We bring it every time we bring a budget for funding. It's an incentive program for bringing laterals into compliance. And you can look at this data. There's some questions that you could form, like why in 2023 did we give away so much money versus 2024? What was the difference there? I don't know the answer, but it's something that we could look into. We have the data to do that now. Pipe that we've installed in the ground in the last 5 years. Large numbers, linear feet of pipe that we've put into the ground in the last 5 years. If you look before 2022, we can't locate that data. We were putting pipe in the ground, but we can't report on it. We can't tell that story. You can look at this data and you can make some assumptions, but you can also ask some questions. Why we put 16,000 linear feet of pipe in the ground in 2022 and only 3,000 in 2024? I'm sure we have an answer for that. We slowed down our capital plan, and that's a result of it, but there could be some other reasons behind that. These are projects that came in under budget. We can now talk about this. We weren't able to talk about this 5 years ago. We can talk about how in 2023, all of these projects came in under budget. On the flip side of that, we can talk about what projects came in over budget, what projects came in under schedule, what projects came in late. We have the ability to report on that data now. So we've done some really good work in setting up systems that allow us to do that. This here talks about our capital spending. And if you look at our capital spending, it's up and down and up and down and up and down. And this is exactly why we have built our capital program and our capital staff the way that we've built it, so that we can scale the system up and down. In those down years where you see 2018 through 2021, that's exactly where we would be laying people off if we weren't using on-call contracts. So this is a prime example. The system has worked for the agency. And you can see where we've spent that. 2017 is the MLE process. 2023, 2022, 2024, 25, that's clean and green. You can see those big numbers very clearly now. We weren't able to do this 5 years ago or 10 years ago. Construction claims. This speaks to, the system that we have now. We're not only able to deliver numbers, we're actually able to consistently deliver quality numbers. We had 2 construction claims 2015 to 2020. Those are significant claims on the district from contractors. They result in big dollars to the district, whether it's legal fees or paying out. We've had none of those in the last 5 years, and we've put out some pretty big numbers in the last 5 years. Those are the highest numbers on this chart. This is just an accounting of all of the grants that the agency has gone out for. Some of them we received and some of them we haven't. But you can clearly track where have we put in time, where is it paid off, what money have we gotten. This is external revenue coming into the agency. Some of this is forgivable loans, some of this is grants. But we can look at 2016 to 2020, we brought in a chunk of money. 2021 to 2026, we brought in another chunk of money. We can talk about that and we can see where this effort has turned into these dollars. And we can make some comparisons and make some decisions around where we want to invest time chasing grants and what's the payoff for them. Vacancy rates, and HR and Justin will talk, and Amani will talk about this in a little bit. It's just another data point, where we talk about how many positions do we have that were vacant in the organization before 2019 and how many positions are vacant in the agency now. One of the things that's really important is that top line. No data available prior to 2019. We have data available now. Software usage. The bottom of this is actually the earlier years, so 2016 to 2020. Very low amount of software usage across the organization. We were doing good work, though. If you look back at the previous slide, we've been in compliance for 27 years. I think the thing that is really impressive about this is when we got into the pandemic years, we ramped up and were able to turn into a remote workforce very quickly. Those top 2 bars, a lot of software we brought into the organization and a lot of collaborative software, which is what the orange bar is. So things like Teams and Zoom and Monday.com, the things that allow us to work across departmentally in a remote environment. We've brought a lot of that in and we've been really successful with it. This is an example of the dashboards that we can now look at through CityWorks. That's our CMMS system. It talks about the work orders that we have scheduled, the work that's been done, what work orders are open, what work orders are completed, were they completed on time, how much did they cost? We can do all sorts of things in CityWorks now that we weren't able to do in Hanson. A part of that is the system and the way that we've set it up. Another piece of it is this. We had 3 users, 2016 to 2020. We got 52 users now. So the adoption rate is significant. You know, not only do we have the resources, we're using them in the agency now. Work order type. We're looking at the type of work orders that we issued previously. So you have reactive work orders, you have preventative work orders. Got a lot of data on these work orders, but we've only been tracking them since 2023. We weren't looking at this data set and making comparisons and making informed decisions before. We were just reacting to what was happening in the organizations. Things failed, we fixed them. We didn't figure out some of the strategic things that we're doing now, like not polishing pipe and instead CCTVing and actually cleaning pipe where we need to clean it. That's what that's about. This is another dashboard out of CityWorks, and it essentially shows us this data in a graphical format. We're now able to set up these dashboards and open these dashboards and drill into them and see where are those 110 reactive work orders? Where are those 6,000 preventative work orders? This actually sits on top of our CMMS, which you'll see in a second, which gives us a geo-reference for where all of these work orders were at. These are trends and overflows. One would ask the question, why did the numbers go down so far? Why did we go from 613,000 gallons to 122,000 gallons? I don't know. I could make some assumptions. I could try to explain it. I'm pretty sure it has something to do with a lot of the work that we've been doing. We've been replacing force mains, and we've been putting in redundancy, and we've been chasing our I&I study when we're replacing gravity lines. So we've been making a lot of informed decisions about where we're investing money, and it's paying off. This is the map I told you that you would see. What you're looking at here is an overlay of several different systems. You have our GIS system in the back, which gives you the aerial image of our district, and then you have the orange dots on there, which are the work orders. And at the top, you have the same information or similar information as what I showed you in a previous slide. So you can actually see there's a lot of work orders going on in one part of the agency. And we can look at that and figure out, why is that happening? Are things failing more there, or are we just paying more attention there? We can make decisions that we're going to do work orders in other areas, or we're going to open a capital project there to address some of these recurring work orders. So we have the ability to do that now, where we didn't have that previously. The way we used to previously do it was a lot of institutional knowledge. Folks in CSO understood, hey, I got to go down to this hotspot all the time. We should put that on a project list. Now we can actually pull it up and say, hey, Gordon won a lottery. He doesn't have to share that information with us anymore. We can go right to this system and get it. The institutional knowledge left, but we have it here. ChargePoint. This is another example of a dashboard where we're able to collect data from the EV chargers. This will be useful. It'll be useful for some decisions that we have to make, I'm sure. Optera, this is Optera, this is our solar. This is the solar stuff that's been installed with Clean and Green. We're already producing energy in some of these things, and you're able to see it right here. One other thing about the other map that I showed you with the work orders on top of the GIS is it happens in real time. So if we go out and we do some work, it'll show up on that dashboard in real time. You can actually see we did this, and this is it showing up in the system. This is Trimble Construct. This is actually how we manage our projects now. As opposed to managing them in notebooks and keeping a lot of notes, which is what we did when I first started here, we actually have a system for how we're doing this. We don't have a bunch of paper files and drawers anymore. Everybody can access this system and look in this system and figure out what happened on that project, what invoice got paid, what's the schedule for that project. It's really helpful in terms of our ability to manage our data and make informed decisions in the organization. So we're going to move on to organizational development. I'll hand it off to Justin.
Thanks, Michael. And I knew I'd miss stuff because I said I'm not paying attention quite the way I'd like to, but I wanted to make one other thing when I was talking about the 27 years is it's been 1,793 days at CSO and 665 days at the plant. Those are days without a lost time accident.
Oh, you just jinxed it.
All right, I'm Justin Lovell, Deputy General Manager. So thank you, Michael, for teeing us up on, we have a lot of data out here. So within our organization, over the last 5 years, Andrew has mentioned this, we've made significant changes in our organizational structure. We've looked at our job classification, we've looked at our hiring practices, and all of these changes have resulted in creating a more stable organization. If you look by this graph, that blue line is their vacancy rate has had a steady decline. 2019, we had almost a little over 35% vacancies. So that equates to, there's over 20 positions that were vacant. And that, for various reasons, they were coming into an organization that was going through a lot of changes. And so changes that we've made with the organizational structure, making it easier for employees to, we have flex promotional opportunities. We've expanded our recruitment pool. As Andrew likes to say, I'll quote Andrew, is we're fishing from a bigger pond. We've expanded how we go and find for employees. We've added a values interview to make sure that the alignment of the values that the employees have are in alignment with the values of our organization. We've also, we've created flexibly staffed positions, flex promotions. So when somebody comes in, they're able to, after getting additional experience, they're able to flex promote into a higher level position. And as you saw, as Andrew asked, who's been promoted here, it was well over half, probably closer to 80% of everyone in this room had gotten a promotion in this organization. And those changes are what are helping create the stability within our organization. Naturally, we're always going to have attrition. People are going to retire, people are going to leave. But as long as we keep that number lower, we're retaining staff, and that's helping us build capacity. So the longer somebody stays and the larger groups of people stay within the organization, we're building organizational capacity and we're able to do more things. And so we're making sure that we're providing those opportunities for professional development, for training, and growth. And so with that, I'm just going to turn it over to Amani. She's going to go and speak a little bit more about some of the programs and things that we're doing to work with staff and provide these opportunities so that we can be better as an organization.
Good evening. My name is Amani Manning. I'm a senior HR analyst with West County Wastewater. And there's been several changes implemented, as Justin stated, to enhance employee engagement, support internal mobility, and reflect the evolving needs of the organization. So I'll talk a little bit about some of our hiring practices and position restructuring. Justin touched on some. We've modernized our job titles to better reflect the current structure and industry standards, and also create clear career pathways. We've also updated some of our class specifications, removing things like degree requirements so that candidates that have experience are able to qualify for positions, as well as aligning our employees' actual responsibilities with the class spec. We've also added classifications across the organization, and this was to address emergent organizational needs, support succession planning, and to recognize specialized skill sets. And we've talked a lot about flexible promotions, as Justin stated. You saw the hands raised, and there's been 40 promotions in this organization in the last 5 years. We've also made some changes around our recruitments. We offer online skill assessments as well as Zoom interviews, and Justin also touched on the core values interviews. We've also conducted engagement surveys. So we engaged CPSHR consultant in 2023 for a benchmark survey, and we're currently awaiting the 2025 survey results. The survey gathers insights on employee satisfaction, workplace culture, leadership effectiveness, and engagement. We've also introduced the Leadership 360 assessment, and this was introduced as a leadership tool for managers, and it provides multi-rater feedback on leadership competencies, effectiveness, fostering self-awareness, and growth. We've also piloted Enneagram, and this was piloted with managers, supervisors, and staff from finance and the capital programs division. And this focused around emotional intelligence, self-awareness, team collaboration, and communication. So we have continued training and development across the organization, and we're also going to be launching Learn, which is a NeoGov learning management system, which will modernize and expand access to learning opportunities. And now I'm going to talk a little bit about our RISE program. So we have developed a RISE program to serve as a guide for embedding respect, inclusion, support, and engagement in our organizational structure, culture, and the way that we do business. We engaged Diamond Strategies and began working with them in 2024 to help us enhance our RISE efforts. And the program was designed to process in 4 phases. That was an assessment. Phase 2 was training and establishing a RISE committee. Phase 3 was embedding our core values in the employee performance evaluations, as well as developing a RISE strategic plan. And phase 4 is implementation. So we've conducted 7 trainings since we started the RISE program. And these 7 trainings were in-person trainings, some were hybrid trainings, and these topics were around mental health in the workplace, emotional intelligence, women in the workplace, implicit bias, and building culture, community, and trust. We've also established a RISE committee, which has 20 members across the organization at various staffing levels, different genders, cultures, ages, you name it. It's a very diverse committee. We've also established Employee of the Year awards, and this goes to the employee that exemplifies the core values, and this is a peer nomination process. We've also, in collaboration with members outside of the RISE committee, we hosted a Black History celebration this past February. And additionally, the RISE committee has developed a RISE strategic plan, and this was around the 6 focus areas that was identified by Diamond Strategies in the assessment. These focus areas are education and outreach, communication, organizational culture, procurement and supplier diversity, leadership development, and employee life cycle. And so what's next for the RISE program is to implement the RISE strategic plan, which has been drafted and is under review for edits. Also to implement the revised employee performance evaluations, and to continue some training with Diamond Strategy, as well as training that will be offered through Learn and some RISE committee staff training. We want to bring ourselves to a place where we're able to carry this forward on our own, and so we are going to conferences and learning about RISE and bringing that to the organization. And also, just to continue to embed RISE into the way that we do business. The goal is to foster an equitable, inclusive, respectful, supportive, engaging, high-performing workplace that prioritizes the well-being of all of our staff.
Thanks, Imani. Justin, you look at the text, or I just sent you a text.
Yeah.
But, or just, who?
We'll take a look
We
now.
had some awards, Imani mentioned.
I do want to highlight that Imani she's being modest because she didn't want to mention herself. She was the winner of our first Employee of the Year award, so I'd like to congratulate Imani. She was nominated by her peers, and so well deserved, Imani, for that award. So that was, continue on to the next slide. So as Michael mentioned, we have a lot of data. Where is that data housed? It is in our software systems. That's where it's the most secure. So we can make sure it's stayed and it's in a location that's reliable. And so these are just an example of some of the software systems that we are using. But over the last 5 years, we have implemented many new software systems as well as enhanced existing software applications that we have. Additionally, what we have done in the IT front in the last 5 years is we've brought the organization up to the best practices of cybersecurity. We've made significant strides to train our staff, and we're doing all that we can to protect our IT infrastructure to make sure that the data that we have, it's secure and it's reliable. Also, over the last 5 years, we have been developing many different plans because the plans create a structure for us. They help us, they give us guidance. Just like we have a strategic plan, we have GIS strategic plan, sewer system management plans, capital improvement plans, climate action plans, our North Richmond Collaborative Shoreline Adaptation Plans, overflow emergency response plans. This is not all of our plans, but we do a lot of planning so that we have direction and we know so we can set a vision for ourselves, so we know which direction we want to go. So we can pull our resources and put them to the area that's in alignment with the strategic plan that you have set as the board, as well as what we need to do to be in compliance with our permit requirements and other directions that we set internally. One of our largest plans that is almost complete is going to the board for full adoption I believe next board meeting, October 15th, is our 10-year infrastructure improvement plan. And that plan sets up our capital improvement. They look at our entire assets, all of our systems, and they help us create a strategy and projects for the next 10 years so we can continue investing in our infrastructure and making sure that we are able to put our dollars and our resources to the projects that have the most value and the most need to ensure our system is operating the best that it can. Also, on the financial side, we have been, we rely heavily on our rates, on the ratepayers. So over the last 5 years, we had a new rate plan. We're in the process right now with the consultant to developing the next 5-year rate plans in the next couple months. That will be coming to the board with sharing where we think we're going to need to go for the next 5 years. We issued bonds for the first time in the organization. So $79.5 million of 2021 wastewater revenue bonds. We've updated our another system improvement in our finance system is our general ledger. Those are how we categorize all the different financial transactions. We've also adopted and updated how we charge for the capacity charges. So this is when there's a new collection, a new system, a new connection into our system. We've adapted a new methodology, so it's easier for a developer or for somebody to come up and for our staff to determine what's the appropriate charge for somebody who wants to connect into our sewer system. And lastly, we've left no policy unturned over this last 5 years. And really it is thanks to Hanson and Bridget and their staff and Nicole and the other attorneys that have worked closely with us for these last years of consolidating 48 standalone policies, our employee handbook, to create our employee handbook, board policies and procedures, our debt management policy. We've completely overhauled the ordinances and the way that it's structured to make it cleaner and easier to understand. Updated purchasing policy. So these are just a handful of some of the policies that we've looked at, we've modified, we've adopted. I know with the board, there's more policy. There's another policy coming after this item. So we're continuing to look at what directions and guidelines we need to continue the operations within our organization. With just in conclusion with this section, as an organization, we can deliver a lot more as an organization with our staff than we were 5 years ago. And we're continuing to look forward of how can we continue to improve the capacity and deliver and meet the goals that we set. And with that, I'm going to pass it over to Kate to talk a little bit about community engagement.
Hello again. Good evening. I'm Kate Gibbs. I'm your communications program manager. And yep, I'm here to wrap it up and talk to you guys about the community engagement portion of the past 5 years. So at the beginning of this first ever strategic plan, West County Wastewater took big steps towards recreating our image. A lot of you up there remember, and were part of it. It was a rebranding, which included an overhaul of our website, and also really important, the creation of our new logo. So that new logo, you see it everywhere. It's on our trucks, it's on our clothing, it's everywhere you look. So really setting the stage for a bright future. And so thanks to you, the board, West County Wastewater hired a full-time communications specialist in September of 2021. That's me, thank you. And at that time, we were getting out into the community with the help of just 2 persons in our environmental services. So we have 3 now, but at the time it was Joe and it was Lena. And also with the help of the kindness from our volunteers from the staff. But by 2023, we doubled the number of events that we were attending. And our social media presence expanded, and we were engaging in the community online and in person and with our community newsletter, The Lateral. But now over the past really 4 years, We can use real stories. We can tell our real stories. We use pictures of our actual employee and staff, pictures of the projects, and instead of using stock photographs, it's like they were kind of relying on with a consultant before. So as we close this 2020 strategic plan, we're proud to say we've added a Clean and Green web page and also a Living Levy web page that just went up last week to our website. And also our Women in Wastewater series has reached 12 profiles. And our internal newsletter, as you know, The Drop, it comes out weekly, and we've added the Correlating Drop podcast. So now we celebrate Public Works Week. We celebrate the North Richmond Music Festival, the El Sobrante Pride Festival. That was our first time this year, right? Director Weiner was out there. And have our very own community cleanup event, which is done on Earth Month. And also, we wanted to mention the Classic Car Show. That was new. Very popular. Additionally, we've restructured our Years of Service event to be an annual employee appreciation celebration that doesn't just celebrate staff anniversaries, but the actual work, and includes recognition of staff who exemplify our employee created core values. So, as you can see from all of the work that we've done up on the screen and that you've been a part of these past 4 or 5 years, we've dove in, we've made connections, we've partnered, we've recreated, we've thought outside the box, we've tried, we've failed, but then we got back up and we tried again. We offer surveys, we listen to staff and board members, we adjust, recalibrate, and keep trying to do what is best for the community and our environment and the staff. So that's it, with 1 minute to go. I turn that off.
You can move to the next slide, whoever has control. Oh, here comes Justin.
I'll wrap us up, and if Andrew has anything else to say afterwards. But where are we going? So as a board, you've adopted a 5-year, an update to our strategic plan. And so now we have an updated roadmap. So for the next 5 years through fiscal year 2030, we have a set of goals and we have objectives. We're currently working through what we're calling our milestones, our implementation plan, and we'll be coming to the board in November to talk a little bit more about some of the initiatives that we have lined up as part of this next 5-year strategic plan. So that'll be coming soon, and we have our guidebook. This strategic plan is going to help shape where we're going to go as an organization for the next 5 years. So with that, I believe that's the end of the presentation. So I'll turn it back over to Andrew and the board if there's anything else to say.
Thank you, Justin. And questions, and we'll field those. Justin, Michael, myself, and whoever else is appropriate. And as Kate mentioned, in-house expertise when appropriate and when feasible, we've tried to do that. And Kate and the communications specialist is an example of that. And with that, if you board, I appreciate, this is a long presentation, but been through a lot in the last 5 or 6 years, and we are in a different place. As Justin said, our ability to take the next step and implement the next 5-year plan as an organization, our capacity and our ability to deliver on that is greatly enhanced from where we were 5 years ago. And we made some mistakes, absolutely, and we're still trying to fix some of those, or we adjust. And when I see a mistake, it's not a mistake that I'm as concerned about. What I want to look at is what do we do, and what does the individual do after they make the mistake? What do they do with it? And I would like to think that, as Kate said, we adjust, we recalibrate, we acknowledge it, and we try to do something about it.
Thank you. Director Weiner?
No, it was a great presentation, and I don't have any questions. The data, so I had some questions about the data, but Michael explained that we can't explain the data yet, but we have it. So I'm not going to ask any questions about the data.
We could explain an awful lot more of what he has in there, but we only had so much time. And so we'll be bringing to the IOE committee both the clean and green transition, and we can come with a presentation on the data management work group and talk as much as you members want about the details behind some of that data, what we can and what we cannot get, and why we want to collect it.
Director King Meredith?
Okay. Thank you, President Antila. The only thing I can say is outstanding. I mean, to do what you've done in the last 5 years, looking at the strategic plan, to see where you started from, and to go from 2021, and to accomplish what you all done for 2025 is really outstanding. I'm really proud to be part of this organization, to do what you all have done, and to continue what you're doing for the strategic plan, and to have that roadmap to do what you're doing. You all done outstanding. And I'm going to applaud you, and then I ain't got nothing else to say. But thank you.
Director Alvarado?
Yes, I'd like to I think the presentation was tremendous, and it gives the public and our ratepayers an idea of what we've been doing to improve the agency. And kudos to Andrew and all the staff that are here who've made this happen. So I'm also very proud to be part of the organization and want to give you another round of applause.
Mr. Alvarado, do you still want more?
Yes. But I know it's coming.
Vice President Seret?
Yes, thank you. I agree with everyone, but I do have something to say. So, thank you. And when you give us this much information, you know there's a couple questions coming. From me anyway. Thank you so much. And I think that's what I would like to see, first of all, since we had it twice in the presentation, I'd like to see it on the website, since it's twice in the presentation, about being top 3 in the state and top 30 in the country, the NPDES. Can we have that somewhere? That was first. This is my first question. That needs to be highlighted somewhere, sir, or Kate, or whoever is responsible for that. These first. Secondly, I also, Andrew, every time we mention WCA, I also smile because Director Alvarado and I have been on that WCA for a long time, so we know the heartburn of that one. I also take a little bit of I'm not just proud to hear everything that's going on, but listening to Mr. Savannah and General Manager Mr. Cloud, and then Mr. Lovell, listening to these numbers, and then especially when Miss Kate got up and spoke, I'm gonna tell you that remembering what was going on in 2019 when we were doing the strategic plan, Director Alvarado, Director Wiener, if you can recall that, and where we were then, we were setting these goals that seemed at the time to the staff a little lofty and a little bit like we were asking too much. And going back to Director Alvarado, yes, we want more because it's shown that the staff is able to do it. So when you show us you can do it, we're going to ask for more because this is fantastic. And I just remember where it was. And this is especially when we go back to the comms, there was no comms. And so, Ms. Kate, again, I'm going to say the group has done wonderful with what we've given you. Going back to the data by the numbers, Mrs. Savannah, the data, I'd love some good data and some statistics. And this tickles my soul to see these numbers, to see actual numbers that we can hold on to and we can hold up to the public. The organizational development, being able to not only look back at the vacancies and retention, Ms. Amani and Sir Justin, but also Mr. Lovell, is being able to see how our hiring practices have changed and adjusted with the way we have recodified how we do business and being able to explain that to the public. And I think having those tied together, not only for the board, but for the public is really important. And articulating that, I think you articulated it beautifully. Being able to look at from the two sets of the strategic plan and letting the public know that prior to the 2021 to 2026 strategic plan, the 2020 is when we adopted it. There was no real strategic plan for the agency. I know that seems a little hard for anybody listening, but there wasn't. So I'm going to say all that's in common. We brought in money. We have a real strategic plan. We amended the East Bud Agreement. I'm looking at your timeline, General Manager. We had a clean and green contract, the North Richmond Shoreline Adoption Plan. We dissolved the West County Agency. We have a local hazard mitigation plan. We got a new 5-year second strategic plan. We got money in. We have opportunity. We're building capacity for true organizational development. We've gotten rid of all these intertwining agreements, and we have really transparent agreements and simpler way of doing things and understanding our assets and safer, more transparent, efficient agreements. We're able to tell our story the way we want to tell our story, whether it's in the drop or the podcast. We have community engagement that aligns with the values that we've established. I'm not going to repeat the number because I heard somebody say that it will jinx it. No accident days. I think that was you, President Rendila. And lastly, we have brought in a lot of money through grants and other non-revenue sources. I think the thing it has in common is there's been certain, I'm going to take some credit for it. We clap for ourselves and we clap for our staff. Good job.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Director Alvarado had something you wanted to add?
Yeah, I just want to finish my comments with, we've gone through a lot of board, we used to call a board clerk before. Now it's a district clerk. And I just want to give Robin some well-due praise.
Oh, please,
for your
yes.
job.
Absolutely.
You've done a wonderful job, and it's been a pleasure working with you, because sometimes I know I'm not easy to work with, and I'm sure other board members are not as well, so thank you.
It's just you. Agreed.
Well, everybody said everything that I was going to say, but so I'm going to ask a couple of questions. I did have a question about the external revenue, the 4.9 million that's pending for 2026. Can someone kind of illuminate? Excuse me.
Yeah, so that pending revenue is related to the Clean and Green project. So we have a submitted application is what's called the self-generation, is it clean energy or energy program? It's through PG&E, and it's related to the battery backup. But we can't submit until the project's complete. So we don't have the battery in service yet. Same thing with the other 1.7 million, or trying to get the numbers mixed up, but the other one was for the Inflation Reduction Act, is direct pay. So it's, that is changing, but it's through the one, if you heard the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, the federal government got rid of quite a few of these direct pay incentives that were implemented under the Biden administration. So, but there's still an opportunity to get, as long as our solar is installed by the end of 2026, we can submit to get that tax credit. So it's they're pending completion of the project, and then we could submit to receive those payments.
You see what I did there, right? Illuminate PG&E. I also wanted to ask about the data. There's a lot of data being collected, and how's that being used in regards to safety?
So we've got a lot of data. Some of it relates to safety, some of it doesn't obviously relate to safety. I think with all things that we do in the agency, we have safety first. So whether it is the data that we're collecting here or the normal work that we're doing every day. I mean, we have a safety data around safety training. So I think we're looking at that and making sure that we are doing adequate trainings in the organization. I don't know that we have any other data that we're specifically looking at and pointing it as safety, but with everything that we do, we're looking at how we are designing our projects, how we're doing our construction, how we are setting up facilities, how we are managing and maintaining facilities. All of this stuff is with an eye towards or an ear towards data.
Well, thank you. Appreciate it. I want to thank all of you for putting this thing together. It wasn't easy, and it seemed like it was very easy, but I could see the tremendous amount of work that was put into it. So I want to give you guys a round of applause as well, since we're all applauding each other. And once again, you guys make us look good, so we're greatly appreciated. Thank you.
I got it. Yes, there you go. So next on the agenda is regular calendar item 5 to adopt the electric vehicle charging policy. We have not received public comments in writing, but if anyone would like to speak on Zoom, please raise your hand, or in person, please approach the podium. Seeing none, we have no public comments. From our Administration Services Manager, Sarah Williamson.
Thank you. Good evening.
Oh,
All right. Well, I hope you aren't tired of numbers yet, because I've got more.
More data?
More data. We have lots of it. So in February, we started off a 6-month pilot for our EV chargers in the parking lot out front. These chargers were placed there as part of our Clean and Green project, and we decided that we wanted to trial out our policy and see how that worked and report back to the board with the data so that you would have that data in hand to make your decision. So that pilot had the following rules: 6 months, March to August. Hours of usage for the public would be 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. Time charging would be limited to 4 hours a day. And we would be charging 41 cents per kilowatt hour for all users, excluding WCW-owned electric vehicles. So the purpose of the program was to provide a service to the public that would encourage the public to adopt electric vehicles, as well as our staff would support our electric fleet, as well as our data-driven and sustainable operational practices. Let's see. So just anecdotally, during the trial period, we had one brief outage for service related to a power outage. It was less than an hour. And staff have reported no nuisance behaviors with the machine, so no vandalism, no littering, no noise, things like that. Okay, so now we are at data. Here's the charging sessions, and let me just let you know how this data is collected, because data collection determines the meaning of what we're looking at. So the machine tracks when you plug in, when you take it out, take out the plug. Each user has to be registered with ChargePoint, so we know who's using the machines and when and how much we're charging and how much energy is being dispensed. So that just shows up as a whole CSV on the back end, and this is what that data looks like by month. So charging sessions per month, we have light blue here, public, dark blue,
employee, and I'll tell you right now, we have one registered employee during the trial. So that's one person who's making the employee charging. We have 2 more employees registered now. So as you can see, we started low. As the community saw that we had charging available, there was an increase. July was our heaviest month of our unique users by month, which is not, so charging sessions could be everyone. It could be the employee that we have that's charging several times a month. It could be the same neighbor coming in and charging their car every night. But we know from the data that unique users continue to climb. So more different people are using our chargers month to month. And let's see, just so you know too, September numbers came in yesterday, and they were just only slightly more, 2 more unique users per month in September. So they are continuing to climb even outside of the trial period. Average section length by month. So you can see here, there's a slight change in July. April is sort of our anomalous month with fewer charging sessions related to the months around it. July was our heaviest month. As you can see, charging session time grew in July. One of the explanations for differences in charging behavior, so more charging taking place during hot months, can be related to weather and how electric vehicles use their battery and use their equipment in response to weather. The fact that we're not in North Dakota in the winter or Arizona in the summer, though, probably means that this is seasonal travel related and not related to how EV vehicles work. Energy. So we charge how much energy is going out of the machines. As you can see, it is perfectly aligned with the sessions amounts. Let me see, and just to contextualize this for you, and I apologize for the small text, that's on the left-hand bar, kilowatt hours. So average EV battery capacity is about 50 to 100 kilowatt hours. So you're looking at July, that's about 7 fill-ups for the average size electric vehicle battery, or I'm sorry, I should believe that's 10. So that's about how much energy we're talking about. Greenhouse gas savings. So greenhouse gas is typically measured by kilogram, which isn't 2.2 pounds of gas, sort of, but if you think about it at room settings, that's about a meter, like a beach ball size meter, each of those kilograms. So we're talking about 550 beach balls worth of gas. That's significant. Okay, so fees collected by month. Obviously, we're charging 41 cents per kilowatt hour, and I'll get into that in just a second. So it's equivalent to energy dispensed multiplied by our 41 cents per kilowatt hour charge. Our goal is to provide a public service and just pass through the cost of the electricity to the consumer. So you may ask, 41 cents, if I'm looking at my residential bill, that's more than I pay at home for my electricity. Well, we don't pay residential rates here. We pay a business rate, and it's complicated by time of use, billing, and those other things. So people smarter than myself did the calculus to come to 41 cents per kilowatt hour, but it'll look a little different different than your bill at home if you're looking. And finally, engagement with the community is one of the big parts of our new strategic plan. So community users by month. So this was taken by taking the charging session data. All the registered users have a home or billing address, zip code. Those that aligned with the district boundaries show up here. So as you can see, the community was small, and if you look at the individual numbers by charging sessions, you'll see the first users were people who are commuters, seasoned people who know how to look for EV charging infrastructure in their community. But then we see the community, our neighbors, and our customers start to come in and use our machines. So you can see that there's more community use but as we go on. And finally, So here's the heat map for our people who've used our machines. So you can see that most of our users come from our immediate area, but also we do have some commuters from different areas who also charge at our machines. So let me just before I answer any questions you may have, clarify something with the policy. So it says amended West County wastewater electric vehicle charging policy. It was amended between the publishing of the agenda and tonight. It wasn't a prior adopted policy that's being amended here today. So can I answer any questions from the board?
Before we get to the board, Vice President Zadeh, as the Chair of the Finance and Administration Committee, would you like to provide any comments?
Yes. Right after Director King Mary. Madam, for the public, she is a member of the Finance Committee. And we did have a robust discussion on these proposed policy. Madam, do you have anything?
Thank
Before
you. Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. No, we did have very robust over the last few months when we actually looked at this and had staff to do what we had suggested. And I see that they have actually proven and did the information and brought it back. And what we had asked, from the thorough conversation that we had with you all, to actually bring it to the full board. So with that, I'm going to let my chair go ahead and expound more on that, but it was a very robust conversation that we had when this was brought to us. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Couple of things. I don't like to do it to you, but I'm going to. Couple of questions. Dates. We talked about that. First of all, can you tell people what you mean with the little logo in the corner on each one of these pages?
Oh, I'm glad you noticed. Yes, each page is tagged with a label that ties it to our strategic plan.
Yes. Yeah, that was one of the things we requested for the rest of the board. It was one of the things we requested in the Finance and Administration Committee is that each time something is brought to the committee and we are approving it, to tie that back to the actual action item on the strategic plan. So would you also just explain why they're different on the pages, please?
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for bringing that up, and I see your wisdom even more now that we just had a whole strategic plan presentation right before this one. So tying everything to that has been pretty great.
Thank you.
Okay, what am I, oh yeah, okay, so let me just go back to the front so I don't miss anything. So the part of this, so the machines themselves and the data they produce is part of the integrated and innovative solutions part of our strategic plan. So as you can see, I didn't go out there with a clipboard to tally who was using the machines and when and how much they were using. The computers did it for us, which was very nice. Let's find the next one. Environmental leader, so this supports directly our climate action plan and also our sustainability initiatives as part of our strategic plan. So that
Can you hold on right there? Can you go back? Hold on. And with this one, can you tell people what GHG means?
So greenhouse gases, in this case, mostly carbon dioxide. Let's see, I had it actually in my notes. 1 gallon of gasoline is releases the equivalent of, let's see, 8.9 kilograms of carbon dioxide per gallon of gas. So greenhouse gases, carbon dioxide, and yeah, just so you kind of understand the equivalencies here.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay, so, and then here with the engagement and advocacy with our fees, we were providing a service to the community and incentivizing EV charging in our community and in our workplace. And also we're tying our metrics to who's using our machines and which of those users are members of our community and our customers.
Perfect. Thank you. The only other question was, again, going back to data, which was something that's, if you go back 2 slides. Yes. Again, going back to what we discussed in the strategic plan for the rest of the board, we really wanted to focus on this one. And there was another slide to forward from this one. You don't have to change it. Fees collected by months and the GHG savings by month, the energy dispensed and the average. Those slides, that data will help the staff make data-driven decisions following the close of the pilot, which just ended actually during our recess. So now we move from the pilot to the next phase. But this information provides not just this snapshot, but one of the things in our strategic plan was to make data-driven decisions. And so this information gives us what we need. Es todo. Director King Meredith, did you have anything else?
No, ma'am. Thank you.
Sir, that's total for the Finance and Administration Committee.
Yes.
What was that, Director?
I said it's todo for the Finance and Administration Committee.
That's all. That's all. Okay, that's all. Yeah.
Back to you, sir.
Thank you. Okay. Director Weiner, do you have any questions or comments?
I do, there we go. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. The heat map, does the app itself help you find a local charging station?
Absolutely, yeah. So the ChargePoint app, you can look, you pull it up and it'll show you all the ChargePoint chargers in the area and the various information about them. So you can see charging rates, what time it's open, you know, that sort of thing. Also, there's sort of like data collections type apps that do it for all the systems. So not just ChargePoint, but the other different brands of chargers.
So that might explain how the lighter heat that's far and wide could have been drawn to our charging station.
Oh, yes, yes, they would know that it was here and that would draw them over. Yeah, that's what I think is a good explanation for what we saw there at the beginning.
Okay. Yeah, yeah, the pilot program shows that this will be a good thing, and the usage by the community is respectful, and I think this will be just a net positive for the district in terms of public relations, and also it will save greenhouse gas emissions. I'd just like to mention that you have you said 9 kilograms per gallon of greenhouse gases. You don't have to go.
Something, yes.
Yeah, it was close to that. And we're reducing that to 8 by using electricity. I'd like to point out that our solar power that we generate saves all of the 8 because we're not using natural gas to generate that power, and natural gas burning puts greenhouse gases into the environment. So our savings by driving electric cars with power from solar will save even more. And so just to point out the scientific benefit of solar power.
Yeah, and the another fact too is the, oh, can I have my PowerPoint back? is we talk about greenhouse gases, and that's what ties out to our plan, but tailpipe emissions is another thing we're completely eliminating when people adopt cars. So if we can go back to the heat map, I can try. There we go. So that's a heat map of, it could be a heat map of tailpipe emissions that we're not collecting in the community, that people aren't breathing as they walk down the street.
That's it. Thank you. And thank you for this report. And I definitely support this going from a pilot program to an actual program.
Thank you. Director King Meredith, do you have anything you'd like to add?
Just one clarification, and I might have missed it, but for the advertising for this, what did we do?
I don't believe we've done any advertising.
Have we did any advertising in-house, to
I'm
let?
gonna look and see if Kate's
What
behind
did,
me. Google Maps and the charge point app.
to let individual and the public know that we have the station here, and in order to get them to come into it. So it's Google Maps?
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna show up in any EV charging app that you can get. It'll show up on charge point apps. You mentioned Google. Yeah, it'll show up on Google if you Google it, so.
Once this is adopted, right?
It shows up now because the
shows up
machine's
now?
operable right now.
Oh,
yeah.
okay, okay. Thank you, I just want clarification, thank you.
Director Alvarado.
No questions. Thank you.
Vice President Suddeth, do you have anything you'd like to add?
Just that, to your point about the reduction of tailpipe emissions, there's actually 0 tailpipe emissions on the EV, right?
Correct.
And so because it's better air quality, I believe, to Director King Meredith's point, you can have it listed on the Bay Area Air Quality District's site. They have a listing there of the chargers. So it's not just ChargePoint, but they can put West County Wastewater and then send it over.
Yes.
They can put our name on that list, which is helpful for a number of different reasons. As well, since it would be nice to have it on again, going back to our webpage, our website. It would be nice to have it on there just as a matter of just community awareness. I noticed I'm not a big fan of Nextdoor, but I noticed that we are on there. So if we're going to do it, we need to do it right. Go ahead and have it on LinkedIn and our other social media, since we're no longer going to be once we make this motion, Director King Meredith, that we're going to put it on social media, let's put it on social media and let's let the community know. Es todo, sir.
Thank you. My question is, when you use the word community, can you define that? What does it actually mean?
Practically here, I looked at a zip code map of our service territory, and I grabbed all the zip codes and I filtered them out of our data set. So that's how I found the users in our district.
I see. And then is there a way to track Richmond users for frequency?
So what we have is we have their home address information. So we can track by situs address, by zip code, those sorts of things. So we can, play with it like that.
Thank you. Very good. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Are there any more questions? No?
No.
Okay, well.
So may I?
Yes.
Sir? Yeah, if there's no more questions, did we do public comment already? We're done?
We did request public comment.
Okay, great. So with that, I'd like to request that the board approve this item as requested by staff.
Get a second?
And I'll second it.
Madam Clerk?
On the motion by Vice President Suddeth and seconded by Director King Meredith to approve regular calendar item 5. Director Alvarado?
Yes.
Director King Meredith?
Yes?
Director Weiner?
Yes.
Vice President Suddeth?
Yes.
And President Rentila?
Yes.
The motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is regular calendar item 6, to approve actions related to board travel, including Vice President Suddeth's and Director King Meredith's request to attend the 2026 CASA DC Policy Forum, and for Vice President Suddeth to also attend the Aqua DC Conference, both events in February of 2026. Madam Clerk, have we received any public comments or requests to speak on this item?
We have not. If anyone wishes to speak on item 6, please approach the podium or raise your hand in Zoom. Seeing none, we have no public comments.
Thank you. Vice President Suddeth, could you please provide the board with information on your conference attendance for each request?
Sure. So the CASA DC conference, okay, good. I thought I was back on mute. The CASA DC conference each February is a legislative conference that allows districts to meet with their legislators and sorry. My hold on, my computer's, I have to plug it in. Sorry, my battery is low. The CASA DC Forum is a legislative forum that's it's a fly-in for 1 week where the California Sanitation Agency representatives and staff fly to DC to speak with our representatives about chosen issues that we would like to bring attention to not only our California contingency, but also committee heads of some of the legislative committees in Congress that are in that have the power and influence, not just power, but influence in making decisions over laws that affect the work that we do here at the district. The CASA and Aqua actually tailgate each other. CASA is the first part of the week, and Aqua is the second part of the week. I'm not sure what other thing you need, sir.
Director King Meredith.
Only that this conference, this forum is very, it's very important, and I'm glad that Vice President Sutter asked me to attend, because it's really necessary that they see our face and that we have these contacts and we network. In the past, in my past endeavors, that working with seeing your senators and your representative, that it leaves an impression on them that you really care and that you are there and that you bring forth so they can remember. And if something come across their desk, they know that we're there, that we have been there, and they're very interested to move forward with it. In the past, I've gotten a lot of my grants through different states. In my past, before I retired, was to meet with these individuals to let them know that it was in a need to invest in our community and what we were doing and with schools. And that brought forth, they remembered who we are and what the conversation was. So with this, I'm very, I agree with Vice President Sutter that it is a need to be here and to be in that present in order to keep us alive in what we're doing here from here in the future.
What is the date of the request?
I know it's in February. Is it February?
The registration hasn't opened yet. It's usually the last
But
week
we
of
have to do
February.
it the last week of January, something like
It's
that?
the last week of February to the first week of March.
Thank you.
Yeah. But I wanted to add, President Rentila, that, in between, as many of you know, we keep up our relationships with our with our state and federal reps by speaking to them when they're in district, speaking to their district reps, and going back and forth, making phone calls and emails and all of that. But there's nothing like, and they will tell you, as Representative Garamendi's rep has said when he's come to our chambers, and I've invited him to the chambers a few times, is that there's nothing like being right there in their face. When I spoke with Senator Padilla last week at the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, one of the things he said was, make sure you're here after the budget and you stay in our face. Because they want to see and they want to hear directly from us, especially because we have that money pending. And as the general manager has told you, it has already passed the congressional assembly approves, and now it has to go to the Senate. But right now, we don't have a budget, so we can't do anything. So we don't know, and even if we get one, it'll be a resolution that may or may not take us through November. And if it takes us through the end of the year, perhaps it'll take us through the end of the year. But we have to try and get, no, and it's not just the money. So some of it's money, but with CASA and with ACWA, a lot of it's policies that are going to affect the way we do business. Some of it's the Build America, Buy America policies that we have successfully been able to pull back some of the restrictions on some of the machinery that's needed in our wastewater treatment facilities. Some of it's the chemicals, some of it is, we've been working on this wipes legislation for the last 7 years. And every time I go, I talk about this wipes legislation. It took us 5-6 years on this. On the federal level. So a lot of this is some of it is money, a lot of it is bills that we need signed into law.
Thank you. Director Weiner?
I've attended a number of these meetings, and I approve all board members attending the Casa Aqua Washington lobbying meetings. It's a privilege and an honor to participate in the governing process and speak on behalf of our industry to the agencies and Congress who regulate and fund us. My reservations relate to the current branch's successful effort to thwart Congress and override the agencies that regulate and fund us. These are not normal times, and it seems to me that participation in the normal way is counterproductive by normalizing the executive branch and its un-American and unconstitutional authoritarian governance. Would CASA act in support of the feckless Congress and corrupt president to receive a positive outcome? Those of us who follow today's Washington, D.C. know that such political support will be required for a positive outcome. Since this request is for February, I would ask that we contact CASA and ask if they have considered the effect of acting as if we live in normal times before we attend. Because, as I said, I've been proud to represent our industry in Congress. And right now, we don't have the government that I have visited on numerous occasions. So that's my only point.
Thank you. Director Alvarado.
I just want to commend Vice President Zadeh and Director King Meredith for attending this, especially Vice President Zadeh for all the time that she puts into this. And because I know she has a full-time job as well. So this is a lot, it's time consuming. And I think the relationships that you're building will sustain any type of government that we have, and we have to deal with the government that we have, and we have to show them that we're going to be continue to lobby on behalf of West County Wastewater here in California. So I thank you, and I support you, and I support this trip, so thanks.
Thank you. I agree with everything that's been said up here. The only reservation I have is I think that moving forward, these type of requests should be made in person because we experience technical difficulty, and you just never know. But that's for the future. I agree with everything that's been said up here, so I'm ready to make a motion and move this item. Yes.
Okay, I second it.
Madam Clerk?
On the motion by President Rentila and seconded by Director King Meredith to approve regular calendar item 6, Director Alvarado?
Yes.
Director King Meredith?
Yes?
Director Weiner?
Yes.
Vice President Sadeth?
Said yes.
There's
I
that
think you
technical
said-
difficulty.
Vice President?
said yes.
On the, oh, yeah, we didn't hear you all. Thank you. And President?
Oh, I can see it on the transcript. I'm looking at the transcript, so I can see what I said.
And President Rentila?
Yes.
The motion passes 5-0.
Thanks.
Thank you. So you going to read us in, or General Counsel Nicole Witt, please announce the closed session session agenda.
The board will now convene into closed session as described in the agenda. Now is the time for public comment on closed session items 7 and 8. Madam Clerk, have we received any public comments or requests to speak?
We have not. If anyone wishes to speak on closed session items 7 or 8, please approach the podium or raise your hand in Zoom. Seeing none, we have no public comments.
We will convene into a separate room for closed session and return to this room for open session at its conclusion.
Now that's fun.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Too much.
Your mic off? Pardon? Your mic? Thank you.
I have a passport. But I gotta renew my license. So I think I can do it again, but I still have, I have a passport.
Okay, all right. Once that's done, I gotta find
So,
it.
yeah.
Oh,
If you're traveling, you don't have your ID, make sure you have your passport.
I know, that's what I'm looking for.
I didn't bring mine when I went to Puerto Rico.
My switch.
Holy hell.
That's why.
How can you travel without your real ID or your passport? And I said, I have a passport, just put me in the system and you'll see.
I went last night, I was saying, last month ago, they found me. It's ready of myself. So, I'm not literally, when I was going through this, post office, and I also asked them, and they said, well, they said, if you use a passport, you don't have to worry about nothing. That's true. And I said, oh my God, that's true. Then he said, well, what you can do is get up on there. So, I'm just really, I gotta bite the bullet and do it. I know they're gonna be tripping, but I don't have time. You know, I gotta get this done. And I was so prepared. And when the said, well, yeah, you have to get corrected and all that.
He always changes his seat. Yeah, my brother, he always changes his seat. Never, nothing is not complete. This is, he gives me like, motorcycle for paint, the bike, motorcycles. He gets, and then once he can't do anything else to it, he sells it, does it, starts over. He does this for everything. It's like, he got a Tesla, and he did he put the carbon fiber on the tree instead of the chrome, wherever there was chrome, he did carbon fiber. And he did a couple of them, which you can't do much. It's so big, there's so much to do. Yeah, he wants to.
Someone shared with me how this lady, she was driving her Tesla and she fell asleep or did something and ended up going into the water and it locked. She couldn't get out. Like the Tesla door, whatever, it wouldn't open up. She ended up dying. But no, it was like she wasn't fully even submerged.
Well, the electrical rolls out, right?
The water.
Well, I thought once it's completely you can, and it's part way you cannot. Yeah, you know, you just have to be completely submerged. It's too heavy. The pressure of the water.
I have one of the little things. You cut your seatbelt and you break it.
Yeah, break it with
someone got it in my room. What am I supposed to do? No, that was part of my armrest. What am I supposed to do?
Yeah.
I'm in my house. I'm in my apartment. I got it as a cabinet 20-some years ago. What you said? It's hard to break. I heard you can even use your seatbelt thing. I saw that on social media. Like the part of the seatbelt.
You try to get a certain point, right? The corner. Well, the top of the middle, right? You gotta go. I think the corner's a weekend, right? That's what they tell you to hit, right? The corner. I don't know. I don't want to know.
I'll pass on that.
But that's that when you first go, when people just get nervous and don't unlock the door, roll down the window, and the stuff still works. They're so panicked. Yeah. But they just don't even try, but technically the stuff still works. It's a lot to do with panic. It's a lot of thinking. That was, for some, well, when some people get, I probably need to love some people. I don't know. I haven't been to that place yet, but when you get in a certain state, you lose.
I didn't need that. I'm okay.
You okay now?
I can't teach. I think mine was not menopause, like I had postpartum. I started freaking out going over bridges. I had postpartum, yeah. So what happened was I had my oldest son, and then once I had the second kid, I started tripping out. I'm like, oh my God, if I go over the bridge and I go into the water, how can I save 2 kids? I'm gonna have to sacrifice 1 kid. What kid will I sacrifice? Oh, I can't sacrifice them all the time. Like I was tripping, and my friends got a dad. That's how I got the cut your seatbelt. It was no, I mean kind of, but it was like a prank because I didn't want to drive across bridges with my kids in the car. And so we had 1 kid, I could save 1. It was, I'm okay now.
For that truck a few years ago that was on the bridge, I think they fell asleep. But the truck went over, I mean, these bridges, the bridges.
Just recently?
The last 4 years, I would say. He's got enough carbon. Then you remember the kid, was it kids that went up?
They had just built that, like, on ramp or something from Crockett. You know how that's a hell of a turn. Like, it's kind of dangerous. Like, it's really, my girlfriend lived in Crockett, it's been on in Crockett, my girlfriend lived in Crockett, and every time I would get to that curve, man, I would slow all the way down. You have to, there's no way you can fly.
There's something under there.
Water under there.
Is it water?
It's like it's the Crockett.
Is that where they
It's
fell?
getting
I
on
thought
the
they
bridge.
hit ground. I think they hit ground. I know it's by the bridge, but.
Right, oh, I don't know exactly where.
Yeah.
I just know that curve is crazy. It is, there's no way you could drive that and not slow down. I couldn't.
That was sad.
It was like 3 or 4 of them.
Yeah.
That's crazy. They have to drive.
You don't hear about some of these crazy accidents that happen here, you know. It's real.
I'm not gonna resign.
You know about Rocket?
I don't know.
Headed to where? Headed on towards the light? Or coming from?
Was it the Rocket or was it the San
One I'm talking about was Crockett.
So where's the curve at? Going from Crockett?
So the curve is going to Vallejo, but that's the curve that took them over the edge and hit whatever they hit, the water or the ground. That curve is a crazy curve. It's
These girls in my church, they brother died in this place. They said they think something happened before he hit the tree, and it probably fire, and he didn't get out. But I think something in the autopsy, something, they think that he hit the tree because he saw it, something was wrong. Yeah, but they think something, he don't run into it because they think he's already out, something was going on. I don't think there was any.
yeah, that's getting on to.
There wasn't much in his lungs, even though the car was on fire.
Board changes for the company.
What about going over to San Rafael?
Okay,
I mean, I know, but I mean, is that where it happened? Like, the bridge is close to here. Nobody's saying the wrong one.
Well, it depends. Sarah felt like that bridge was gonna fail, but it's not that far.
I wonder if it was that way. Look, see if it was by the San Rafael. The 14.
You don't get ran over all the time. Somebody drive up.
I set my,
You do, cruise control.
75.
Cruise control don't give me no control. Can't do it. Now, the only time I use cruise control is like when we're driving back from Texas and driving to Louisiana and stuff like that, so I don't get a ticket.
They got a lot of I-1 section.
They're still on the one, I can tell you that.
It's still on the first one?
Yeah, because we hold on a minute.
Oh, look at my kid. See, I wanted to see what he doing. I could have accidentally go on social media.
But unless you're too late, I will do it.
we were out there. I hung out there. I was filming a video on her and pretty no south on down to Warrior Street. But then I was like, okay, mom's tapping out. I'm going back to the hotel. I'm tired. They said, no, you know what I'm talking about? That's the middle kid. So you know, I can understand what he's saying. You know, yeah. Oh, who's this in that report? The one with the dark hair. The blonde hair is not close. Exactly. Is that how? It's low in the top, but it was like, I want to say, I think it might have been 9. It says, first of all, it's a 2.047. I remember it was like heels, like, no, those, you know, Toyota Corolla, no, the Corolla, but it's the smallest SUV. It's smaller than the Grand, yeah. Okay, it's the Corolla something, they call it Corolla something. I would have to Google it, I don't know. I went to the Raptor, it's like roadside. I do. I don't like it either. No. You don't like it? Why? I don't know. I bought it because it was like really good and blah, blah, blah. What don't you like? So, okay, because you know how to do all those jobs, right? Yeah. They can't fit a lot of jobs. Oh. They can't fit half the equipment. So I'm like, yeah. Oh, well, no, it's not for that. But they don't want it. And then since I sold the minivan to Eden, right? I was like, use Aiden's car, take in gas and use his car, because I was not a car, and put the equipment in. And they're like, he's like, I don't want to do it, and I have to pay for the whole change. I need a whole pickup. We do, we have the F2. But that's big. That's huge. So they need like a mid-size. And so I don't like my wrap because it can't fit half the equipment they used to use. And more and more jobs now. I mean, go do it. And I'm like, well, then go install a freaking rack on my car, right? Where it's leaving it a whole, sensible. Yeah. Yeah. I didn't know it was gonna be a car. I'm the one sitting at home all the time, so they just try to take my car. I get it, but if that, I don't know. So they just need to do a few jobs and go find out. Oh, that. I wasn't gonna say it. My husband does the same thing, but they are. Yeah, that's bad logic. But they argue about it, so like. There's nothing to argue about with that. Go get your own car or walk to the job. You got it. You sound like a man. Get your bicycle, get your little. You sound like a mom. Get your bicycle, get your little red, what's it called? Red wagon? Get your little red wagon. Will it be like a bicycle? If the RAV4 can't handle it, a red wagon can handle it. We're talking about building stuff. Build a red wagon and do all that stuff. Go build your wagon, get you some big wheels. Did I tell you guys the exciting news? Aiden, the 19-year-old, is hired on now with Earth Week, and he's doing running maintenance with his daddy. Good. So now you want? Why did I do this? What do you mean? How he needs to be? Is that's the tallest thing? No, but it's like what's your oldest? That's Jasmine. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. The one that just moved back in. I'm like, hey, good in a year. We can start thinking about having your place, and he's like, but mom, then I have to pay rent and buy food.
My brother used to live in we moved out, we used to, probably like 20 blocks from my house. I used to come home and he'd be walking out like so whatever, and
That's just the Don't say nothing to you. If you get a lift kit on his truck, hey, that's what, when the bills paid and I'm good, I don't care what you do. I don't care. But I don't want him challenging me with my purposes. And I noticed lately, he's like, you get a box from Amazon. The bills are paid. You're good, so don't worry about my box. Sometimes I feel like a little sneaking box. I almost want to tell my neighbor, I'm about to use y'all address. Yeah, so I'm grown. I shouldn't have to do that. The me purchase. I would say you can think about his purchase. Like now, I can feel like something almost every month. I think that's a little extreme. But so like okay, so why when I sit down and have like these small talks, right? And like it's $1 over investment that I allotted to or whatever, I will take it. And he's like, are you serious? I'm like, yeah, $1 come back, whatever I want. Like we're taking that next. I tried to with my first marriage and it was a disaster. We had a budget. You can't spend more than this. And he would do it every single time. They would have been arguing all the time. See? So we sit down with yeah, I don't even want to go back there. But like we sit down with the budget is like if there's things that we're gonna buy, like on the round floor, like we want to replace the car. Okay, cool, right? Like we sit down and have this conversation like business. Like, oh, like business. And he listens to you. That's the good part. Well, like I have to listen to him. Like he doesn't tell me like when he wants this. Now, like we're not answering that question. I'm doing other things that I'm not necessarily like you, but you know, promising to compromise. Is compromise. Oh God, Ooh, I think I'm just in my ways now. I work. I take care of myself. If I don't want to do it, I'm not doing it. And if I want it, I'll want it. And that's it. Ask for permission to spend my money. Never had. I'm not going to do it. So, how about practice? Like, start talking about right? And don't really get everything. So, it's very more like that. And so, he works certain things, there's in like I have the house purchase money, but he does things on, this is what he's like, oh my God, that's what you're so worried about. And I was like, exactly, in that position. And I said, how did your mom like that? I get it, because he's like, not into religious and that. Yeah. And I think so now you understand what my thought process was. Right. You know, you have to plan and you need to say. If I could retire in 10 years, I'll be like 50 and I feel like a lot now. Right? But then like that's because I'm at 1 years old. It really long duration. And that's why it was so great. And you're a finance person. But he like has so your perspective is a little more granular than everybody else's. That's not like a real finance. Which is why I say you can't spend. Like so you either and he never flipped. Like he's he's like, yeah, he's like now he goes that dollar makes sense. So like the dollars compounded makes sense. Not that $1, but honestly, my ex, that was one of the drivers for me to leave because I didn't feel like he was retirement. I'm like, oh, 5 minutes is enough for me. Like, no, it isn't enough. No, my retirement is just enough to support my person. Now, would I share it? But again, I need someone with a retirement too, so that we could be good. I don't want to sit up there and just you all my life. You wait, so he didn't have one? Was that the issue? He was an entrepreneur. And so he didn't invest. Like, and so when we met, I'm like, hey, you need to get a Roth IRA, you need to do something. Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
That's all. Right.
Yeah, right. Yeah, absolutely. months, so I just want to buy some Christmas gifts for my kids without having to go into my other money. And it was challenging. So they wanted me to work. They told me after Thanksgiving that I couldn't take off anymore to January. I was like, no, I'm off my job that pays my mortgage. I'm off that time. I'm not coming in here. And I talked to the general manager and he was like, okay, you don't have to. I wasn't, but I just want to get the gifts at that point. Or I would figure something else out. I'm not gonna be off my real job and come on. But it was fun. It was. But you had a second job and they wanted you to.
I work as an engineering firm during the day. I work at noon at night.
Oh, wow. In Fremont?
And we weren't supposed to have, so that's a union shop. So in order for us to have overtime, we got to do first. There's a process to have overtime. Because you run the line. I'm supposed to get off at 2 o'clock every morning. You run the line until 3:45. So I asked when I started working there, you weren't next to me. At some point, you got promoted, and he was standing in the middle of the thing. And I asked him how long we were going to do it, how long we were going to do it, make sure the overtime, and then when I leave the fire. So you don't work till lunch stop.
Wow.
Not today.
Not today.
It was bad.
I did that. I worked at FedEx too. I worked at FedEx again, I'm trying to put some Christmas money for my kids. Elaborate gifts. But I didn't last there very long. I had about the same, about 3 months. I had little teenagers, kids the age of my kids, trying to tell me what to do and all that. It was horrible. They had no managerial skills. They were kids. And then they would show, I worked at FedEx for this. Yeah, it was right around the corner. Like, it was just a cool little job. But they, because they were young, they would favor their friends and all that.
You said they were 8 years old.
Yeah. Which didn't bother me because I had a real job. But they were like, I was old enough to be their mama, and they were like,
Not at all.
what bothers me is that their lack of skills. Oh, because I thought it was funny. I'd be like, sweet, I'm not doing that. Honey, I'm not doing that. Dear, I'm not doing that. So that didn't last long. I think I got about 4 paychecks. No, I got you. Because they wanted me to work for Christmas again. I'm not working. And you literally have to clock in, and you cannot clock in early.
He said that was weird. Oh,
That was FedEx around. Yeah, it was like,
bags.
and you're waiting like on the Flintstones. You're waiting in line to clock in. I am so serious. It was the craziest thing. You can't clock in early because they were using those funds like emergency funds.
So they always do, like, government does the same thing, so the state
I think
they
they
do the same
regulate
thing,
it.
right? Like, they always like tap in, and then they repay it back, right?
Yeah, something like that.
That's not what I'm for,
Yeah.
just like, they didn't look at the actuarials, they, like, you have to keep moving, like, retirement age up, you're not taking enough, markets change, like, at least CalPERS is trying to, like, diversify investment.
But it's
That's
not-
security.
They don't have as many people, right? Like, when the boomers retire, you're not gonna have to.
Millennials, our generation's like,
No, before, so in order for this generation not to be paying for the previous generation, I mean, the generation before them would have to pay, they would have to pay.
correct. Right, and they didn't pay for themselves, and
where was it? Over there in Dublin, the Dublin Federal Women Prison in Dublin. And you know, 95% of women in jail that when they had their one-on-one were in there because of God. Like a guy coerced them to do something, or they didn't, you know, a guy put something in her purse or something. They were all in that sample of women that we talked to. That 3 years in a row. Who? Just ask them. What's that again? They're innocent. They didn't do nothing. You said just ask them? Yeah. Ask them? Of course they're gonna say they're innocent. It's my understanding that the admission rate goes up once convicted. Meaning people who are willing to say, yeah, I did it after they're convicted. It's like, we get more people to enter into. No, after. I admit it. Yeah, people who are willing to say I did after convicted, they're no longer.
Stronger position.
Well, because that's part of the rehabilitation is that you admit it, you tend to be more, people who admit it tend to be more successful when they get out. Yeah. Only because they got caught. That's true, but if you believe that it's wrong, you have to believe it. You have to believe it's wrong. Not just to be saying it, but believe in the core, like I should not. Some people are not marginal, but some people are successful when they get out. I have a brother that's been in there 17 years, and if I tell you, I was all to visit him, and I had to tell him, I don't stop, because they treat me like a prisoner, like I have anxiety every time I have to go visit him. And I have to tell him, like, this is messing with my psyche, like, I can't. It's all negative. Negative. It's just, one, I don't like the environment. I don't like how they treat me in particular. I don't care. I'm not concerned about that. It's just me. I don't like, I can't wear, I don't know, that underwire. You know, I wasn't tripping. Beep, beep, beep. And they all looking. I was like, I don't have anything. Don't shoot. It's just crazy, just the whole process of having to get change and want to take a jailhouse picture. And I'm like, I'm not doing none of that. I hated it. I hated it. Like, hated it. And I would go see him all the time because he didn't have anyone but me and my dad. And I just had to tell him, like, I'm gonna have to drop this down to like once a quarter or something because I can't do it. And the way you dress, like, you can't wear camo, and you know, just certain stuff. And I'm not, I just want clothes, just go. And they're like, no, you can't wear that. Like, it's horrible. It's horrible. I'm not ever going back. I think it's a lot of people who don't feel like that. That's why they do that. That's why they do that. I'm not ever going to do that. Everybody's still awake? I'm not going to do that. You don't think that's going to be problem? Oh, yeah, you don't want to know? I was thinking somebody try not to say that every person is terrible because you're dark.
Welcome back. She was here a few minutes.
It sure is 20 after. Oh my God, 20.
Is there anybody online waiting for us to restart?
She's ready for the start.
Okay, we're still recording. Vice President Sedith is on. Welcome, everybody. We are back from closed session. There are no reportable actions for tonight's closed session. General Manager Andrew Clowell, could you please lead us through the remainder of the agenda?
Thank you, Mr. President. Next on the agenda is other business. Item 9, reports from staff, general manager, and general counsel. Madam Clerk, have we received any written comments or requests to speak on this item?
We have not. If anyone wishes to speak on item 9, please approach the podium or raise your hand in Zoom. Seeing none, we have no public comments.
Thank you.
Are there any questions from the board? Director Weiner?
We haven't made
Oh,
any
I'm sorry.
comments yet.
My apologies. Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's almost 9:30.
It's late. I will be brief. I will be brief. Director, so as I mentioned at the start of the meeting, there is a new bill that was approved by the California legislature. It's on the governor's desk. He has not signed it yet. It's been on his desk for a few weeks now. He has until October 12th to sign the bill. But it makes a number of changes to the Brown Act that I just want to talk to you very briefly about. So first and foremost, traditional teleconferencing rules are going to stay the same, but what we've come to think of as the alternative, remote, virtual, AB 2249 rules, those are being consolidated. They are being revised in some pretty nuanced ways that frankly we're still trying to understand how all these different pieces interact. And importantly, for our purposes, they're being extended through January 1st of 2030. So that's helpful for us. We've been able to operate under this additional flexibility for teleconferencing, and assuming that the governor signs it, that flexibility will continue. There are additional public access requirements that are being imposed on what are called eligible legislative bodies. Whether or not an entity is an eligible legislative body depends on the number of individuals that live in the jurisdiction or in the broader county in which that jurisdiction sits. Or in the case of special districts, it's based on the number of folks the number of FTEs that you have, as well as the population possibly of the county that the special district sits in, or their annual revenues. For West County's purposes, it is not an eligible legislative body. We don't have the requisite number of FTEs, and we would have to make a considerable increase, more than double, in order to reach the point where we would potentially trigger that eligibility requirement. But all of the cities in Contra Costa County are going to be considered eligible legislative bodies because they are city councils in cities located within a county that has a population greater than 600,000. These additional requirements are pretty heavy lift, especially for smaller agencies and smaller entities. And so it is possible that that would be a barrier to the governor's final approval, but we don't know. And as I said, we're going to be digging in, if this is signed, we'll dig in more to kind of understand what some of these changes are around the alternative teleconferencing rules, and we'll be able to come back with more specific guidance and make sure that you all have what you need in order to implement those rules going forward. But it's the positive is that we have this, we would have this additional flexibility for a number of years more, and we will follow up as we learn more.
Thank you. I know, Director Weiner, you had some questions. Do you have any questions or comments about teleconferencing in this item?
No. Since the bill hasn't been signed, I Googled requirements. So I'm aware of what limitations there are to the number of times this we can remotely attend. And if you were asking me what were those limits, I'm prepared to let our attorney tell us the limits to our ability, individual ability to attend, if anybody's interested.
Sure, so this is actually one of the areas that is changing that we need to continue to look at. Traditional teleconference stays the same. There are no limits on the number of times that a board member can use what we call the traditional teleconference rules. These alternative rules, the current state of play is that a board member can use the just cause exception twice. They can use the emergency circumstances exception for, I think, no more than 3 months, and then there's further parameters based on the number of meetings that an agency has that would serve to potentially limit that 3-month period, and then there's a combination for the two. Importantly, under the new law, all that's changed. So there's new time limits based on the agency, or I'm sorry, there's new limits on the number of times you can teleconference using these different procedures based on facts that are specific to the agency. So that piece is changing.
All right. Director King Meredith?
No, but thank you, Counsel, for that explanation. I'm fine. Thank you.
Director Alvarado?
No, I'm good. Thank you for the information. I'm sure you'll provide us more when you can.
Vice President Zadeh?
Thank you.
And that's a no for me.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Moving on.
Thank you. The final item is agenda item 10, director's comments, meeting reports. Madam Clerk, have we received any written comments or requests to speak on this item?
We have not. If anyone wishes to speak on item 10, please approach the podium or raise your hand in Zoom. Seeing none, we have no public comments.
Thank you. I guess as a reminder, directors will report on meetings they attended for which they are seeking reimbursement or compensation from WCW and other matters within the subject matter jurisdiction of the agency. Director Wiener?
Since our last meeting on September 17th, I attended a Richmond City Council meeting, manned the district booth at the Stroll for a couple hours, and spoke for the district at the El Sprante Pride event. And today, from 1 to 4, I attended the Transforming Shorelines Collaborative Meeting and Community Engagement for Nature-Based Shoreline Solutions was the topic. And it was in San Francisco.
Thank you. Director King Meredith?
Thank you, President Retila. The last full meeting that I attended was with Supervisor Joya that actually chaired the meeting for the Bay Area Air Quality Management District, which he brought some other staff and a deputy executive officer to the community to explain and to share information about a $36 million grant that is, not grant, a $36 million pot of money that is now being available. And this money was created from a lot of the polluters that had over the past years, not Chevron, but other polluters that within our service area. With that, they have collected over $36 million, and $20 million is for, that is going to be earmarked and dedicated to health services, and the other $16 million will be for community engagement grant to come into the communities. So right now, and it's a spinoff from the past work that we did 5 years ago, identifying the different polluters within the general area. I will be talking more about that because he is going to be putting out guidelines and will be choosing individuals to serve, to make the decisions from the allocations of these monies that will be placed into the communities. And the RFPs will be going out this month. This is October the 1st. We'll be going out this month in the next few weeks. So I'll be keeping everybody abreast on that. So that's my report right now.
Thank you. Director Alvarado.
Okay, well, since I had to leave early, the board meeting on September 17th, I've got to give you my report for the month of September up until now. So on September 2nd, I attended the San Pablo Council meeting via Zoom, and there was a presentation by Supervisor John Joya on the Chevron Air settlement. That was the major thing that was happening there. On September 4th, I attended the mayor's conference in El Cerrito. Presentation by Kelly Dunlop of Bike East Bay on their bike education program and how it supports city and county transportation safety and climate goals. On September 8th, I attended the RNCC neighborhood meeting. Again, the same presentation by Supervisor Joya, joy for me. On September 9th, the Board of Supervisors meeting via Zoom. There was a presentation on Emergency Awareness Month and another Workforce Development Month. On September 15th, I attended the San Pablo Council meeting via Zoom, and there was a presentation by the San Pablo EDC on their services for fiscal year 2024-2025. And then, of course, I attended the September 17th WCW board meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Is she there? Yep. Vice President Sedith?
I'm still, I'm glistening because it's hot in this room. So I need to get out of this room and go to sleep. So I'm going to speak really fast. It's Richmond City Council, West Country Council Unified School District, Oakland City Council. I did attend the California Assembly debate on PFAS and microplastics. Tell you about that in a second. A net energy solar innovation debate, a COWEF meeting, a AWE meeting. Director King Meredith forgot to say it, but I'll say it for her. She was also at the El Sobrani Stroll with me. There's pictures as evidence. An EPA meeting and the Women's Policy Initiative meeting. Of talking about federal initiatives as well as state. Senator Jesse Aragin's series, 2 of the 3. There's another one coming up with Senator McNerney. If anyone's interested, all 3 deal with water and energy and environment. The 3rd one is coming up. CASA Biosolids meeting, Hazmat Commission, the Shoreline Commission meeting, Grants and Funding meeting, the Air Quality District meeting, CHCR, the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, and the Congressional Black Caucus. And then I wanted to mention the SB 454, which this is the one I thought that the General Counsel was going to mention, is waiting on the governor's desk as well. And she can give us some more context to this, in case I missed something, because it's really late. But why this one is so interesting is because we all talk about PFAS so much, and this is one of my favorite subjects, besides wipes, no wipes in the toilet. But SB 454 is the mitigation fund that a lot of us have been fighting for. In addition to polluters pay, this is one that's it passed in our state legislature this past month in September. Right now, it's on the governor's desk waiting for signature. It will create a mitigation fund that'll help cover the costs for our public water and wastewater systems to treat PFAS contamination. So it's a big deal for all of us. And this is some of the things that we've been fighting for. CASA, ACWA, CWEA, AWWA, a lot of us have been going back and forth to Sacramento to fight for. So it's a big deal. So if we get it, yay, that money will be set aside for just that purpose. And it'll really be helpful for smaller agencies. The other one is, this one was, it's a weird kind of entertaining, but there's a big fight right now between industry and environment. I'm going to say environmentalists, but people who, industry associations and cooks for, there's another bill out to ban the use of PFAS in nonstick cookware. So you have all of the these big culinary stars, including like Rachel Ray, and David Chang. There's two big culinary stars, and they've come out, they opposed the ban on the nonstick cookware because there's like, anybody who cooks knows there's like the one piece you have in your kitchen, right? But it's that intentional use, whether it's in cookware, in dental floss, in your food packaging, especially in fast food and those things, we already have a set of bills that was passed since 2021. The governor, maybe I'm foretelling something. The governor passed back in 2021, 22, and 23, there's been a set of bills passed to eliminate a lot of PFAS and microplastics in our everyday items. But this one is causing a lot of debate. So keep an eye on it. We'll see how this one goes. But this is a serious, because it's a, PTFE, PFAS, PFOA, PFOS, 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 and microplastics, they linger in the body for a very long time. They're very inert, organically. And once you get them up to, 400-500 degrees Fahrenheit, you can actually see the vapors that come off of them, and that it's toxic. So anyway, the link to that is really dangerous. So we're fighting for that. So you have science and you have people whose life is made easier by using the materials. So the fight is out for that. But this is my lecture for today.
Thank you. Just wanted to let you know that your video froze up a few times, and but your audio.
No, it's probably me. It didn't freeze. It was me. I was frozen.
There you go. So for me, I just wanted to announce that our chief of police for Richmond is retiring, Pisa French. She's going to be missed. BL Moore from Republic Services is moving on. And so I went to the mayor's conference in El Cerrito. It was great. The East Bay Bike Coalition was there, and they're willing to teach you how to ride a bike. I was surprised to know that a lot of adults don't know how to ride a bike. I was kind of shocked by that, actually. For the RNCC meeting, next meeting, we're going to have Cheryl Cotton, who's the new superintendent of schools here at West County Unified School District. I also wanted to mention that in Richmond, we have a new way of voting. It's called Measure J. People will be campaigning much earlier. There'll be two sets of, you'll be able to vote in March. If there's 10 people, you vote in March, and 2 people go to November. So it's the first time here in Richmond that's going to happen, and it's only for Richmond City Council and mayoral races. Also wanted to mention that it's Breast Cancer Awareness Week. So my niece, who had a double mastectomy, asked me to mention that, and ladies, get them checked out. And I actually had a birthday yesterday, and I was told to get a colonoscopy. So fellas, us too. So on that note, I want to thank everybody for coming in. Oh, Vice President Sedeth?
Breast Cancer Awareness Month.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Month. And men, you can get breast cancer too.
That's
So
right.
it's not just for women. And it is also, we are right smack dab in the middle of Hispanic Heritage Month.
Thank you. So on that note, I guess we will close the meeting at 9:40,
Thank
October
you.
1st, Wednesday. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
So,
Hispanic awareness.
so is attending the stroll booth and the Pride event, is that a service day?
Yeah, that's a service day.
Okay, I didn't put them down.
Yeah, that's service day. And see, I have a lot of, see, my other services is CHDC, Community Housing Development, and a lot of other needs and this stuff, Black excellence and this stuff. So I just don't report on all those. You know, because it's not exactly water, you know what I'm saying? It has to be wastewater. I mean, it has to
Right,
be
no, but
water.
I mean, I was just being
Yeah,
particular about those
No,
events.
no, that is the stroll and stuff, yeah.
All right.
Because you still want to community engagement. You
No,
out
but
there speaking and talking
I didn't
about-
have any, I didn't go to any meetings. I was busy vacationing, so.
No, but the stroll, no.
Yeah.
Yes, those meetings.
So I'm gonna
the
tell,
yeah.
our illustrious
Right,
clerk.
and then the board meeting.
Well, I did attend those. I put those down. Remember, we didn't go September, the first meeting in September.
No, but the second.
Yeah,
the
I
17th.
reported that.
Okay, and then you stroll. And then what
I
about
went
the other
to
meetings?
Richmond City Council meeting
Right, and you did something with the collaborative.
just now. So that's in October.
When was, yeah, that's in October, that's October the 6th, but I mean, you know, you got, did you do anything in September? No?
Hardly anything, but
They
I
had
did
one
go to the
September
stroll and I did go to the,
They had one September the 8th, I was on for about 15 minutes, got cut off, got back on for another 10 minutes, and then Don Gilmore called me and he told me what it was. I told him I tried to submit my stuff. I couldn't submit it.
oh,
It
that
got
was
bumped
the
out.
Richmond City Council.
No. This was the 8th. This was on a Monday.
Oh.
Yeah, this is the MOU, the North Richmond Collaborative MOU Steering Committee that they've been working on. Matter of fact, I'm on a meeting with
Hey, dude.
Dora.
Manny.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to say this. Ask for the best, they will give it to you. I mean, if you want good drugs, ask for the best, because they will give it to you. After my colonoscopy, I asked if I could take a couple home.
Oh, I didn't need anything.
No, we do not have homelessness.
Oh,
We have,
so, my dear Dave, are we gonna, you let me know if we're gonna have a Zoom meeting coming up.
What was that?
You said you had to talk about.
Who's that? Oh, Andrew? About? Oh, he's gonna talk to us about the attorney, that's all.
Right, okay, so,
He'll let us know, Dan.
oh,
Yeah. He'll let us know what the parameters.
right, okay.
About how much they're gonna charge and what the rate is gonna be and all that good stuff. I'm just tickled pink we ain't paying $1 million a year.
Well, you know, that was all the hard work, like you had,
Yeah.
like you had saw, you had did all the hard work.
Yeah,
And now
for sure.
it's like easy peasy now.
Yeah, I'm glad, what's his name?
Yeah, Jack.
Decided not to,
Yeah.
tell him if he's gonna be like that. We don't need
Yeah, I'm telling you, I ain't. need to
another
get a-
white. We don't know what the hell he's doing.
Shut up, I didn't like him too much anyway. After he told me he didn't know what clean and green was.
I'm telling you.
Okay.
I'm telling you.
And I didn't put them down.
We'd have to do a special, because ADP's really approved it.
take the time, put them on the next one.
Is that allowed?
See you later, nice seeing you.
Simply the number in the month, right? So we
Right, yeah, so the prior to cleaners to a special. So this is the
Okay.
So in the next, however long we get to.
So it takes 82 roughly 3 days, so, yeah, if we start on Monday, we're gonna.
Don't worry. You've already made your answer. I can make all the words. Thank you.
You're welcome.
What am I, trying to?
I mean, turn off the alarm. I turned it on. I turned off the alarm because it was going on. Well, it wasn't, it was arming. It was arming, so like because we were gonna keep the door open.
Oh, okay, turn it off.
I turned it
I'll
off.
start moving some of this stuff.
But I got I'm gonna turn the alarm back on, but it should have any issues. Just go about whatever you're trying to do. It's not gonna shake the trigger. Yeah, it's very, yeah, nothing's happening. As long as you don't hold the door open.
I won't.
You'll be fine. Yeah.
I'm planning on doing it.